representation in London. Live stream with confidence.
Warning. The following program may contain graphics and video images that some viewers may find disturbing and traumatizing. Some of this violent content may be too graphic and intense for some people. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. NuMedia TV.
This is a special announcement on our rights to the choice of royalty-free tunes in all of our videos and podcasts. It has become a common practice occurring or appearing so frequently on Facebook with claims of copyright infringement in many of our live streams and video content. Frank Bello and the team at NuMedia TV would like to state unequivocally that Frank Bello and NuMedia TV have all legal rights to use over 700 royalty-free tunes in all of our videos and live streams and have not infringed any intellectual property rights. Some other tunes that may be used in some of our videos were also fully paid for on the Movavi video editor software program and another paid-up monthly subscription on Restream.io. Proof of purchase and delivery of the over 700 royalty-free tunes can be found at Sounds Best Delivery at Shopify.com, delivered and downloaded. Date of purchase, Tuesday the 12th of January 2021. Time of purchase, 17:17 hours in London.
Fair Use Act Disclaimer. Fair Use Copyright Disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as nonprofit, criticism, news reporting, comment, teaching, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing.
Content disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed in this media or comments on this channel are those of the speakers or authors, and do not necessarily reflect or represent the views and opinions held by this channel's broadcasters. Due to the social nature of this broadcasting channel, videos and audios may contain content copyrighted by another entity or person. This channel's owner claims no copyright to said content. The broadcaster of this channel cannot be held accountable to the copyrighted content. The broadcaster of this channel is a messenger and sharer of information and strives to verify the accuracy of such information, but cannot warrant the accuracy of copyrights or completeness of the information on this channel.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am here very impromptu. Yes, very, very impromptu, and I know for a fact that a handful of many people all over the world are not expecting me to come live today. Tuesday, 26th day of December 2023. The time in London is 7:56, 07:56, just coming to 8 o'clock. I'm very sure many people around the world will pick this message of mine up and probably watch it, because a handful of you have not recovered yourselves from the stress of the Christmas day yesterday. Yes, the Christians and the Muslims, we celebrate Christmas together. The Isheshe people too, we celebrate ourselves back to where we came from. I want to seize this opportunity to wish you a season's greetings, Merry Christmas, and everybody. Today is Boxing Day, the 26th day of December 2023. We're not going to witness another Boxing Day until next year. I hope the God Almighty, in his infinite goodness and mercy, will protect our lives. Some of you are still in bed, but this is the way I operate, and I'm glad I operate ruthlessly this way, because when the time comes, many will be sleeping, and for those who are spiritually inclined, when other people sleep, that is when some people are awake. And that's exactly what I have just demonstrated. It does not matter whether it is Christmas, it is not Christmas, because Christmas is just like any other day. It's just like any other day. The Messiah can come at any time. The Messiah everybody's been waiting for can come any other day, and when the Messiah is here, many will be caught unaware. I'm sure some of you will pick this message up. That's why it is surprising. I came back home late, but I've had my own sleep, and obviously because my spirit continue to minister to me, go out there, speak the message you have been preaching. Love. Love. The title of my podcast this early morning, that is very, very unusual, is hashtag Nigeria 2023 Roundup. We're going to round up, and I'm going to round up the year 2023. But something was very, very fascinating to me that I'm going to round up today's program with, and that thing that was very fascinating to me, I'm going to tell you. And it is all about this man. Let me try and bring this picture in so that you can see it, because along the line, many of you will probably join us along the line. You see, this man, Primate Elijah Ayodele, the leader of the INRI Evangelical Spiritual Church, yesterday I was going through some of the predictions he made for the coming year in 2024, and that's exactly part of what I will be discussing with you today. 26th day, Boxing Day of 2023. I was kind of fascinated, but based on Primate Ayodele's predictions for 2024, I like to kind of expatiate more on that. And why am I going to do that? I am going to do that because there were some visions that actually came out, and in his predictions for 2024, I like to blow it out. It is my wish to blow it out of proportion, because I saw this coming. You see, when you have the gift of prophecy, you see things coming, because God in his infinite goodness and mercy revealed prophecy through his own prophets. But before we do that, see, many will join us very soon, and as you guys come in, the story of yesterday is now history today. The story of today will be history tomorrow. I'm streaming live, and I hope those that have ears will pick this up at some point in time. The secret to life is documented, but what happened is, some of you are not picking up what is supposed to nourish your inner mind and your inner soul. You are not. Because if some of you do, all the multifarious activities that has bedeviled the black race should not be happening today. And that is my own worries. My worries. The black race, I will continue to say it, You don't seek knowledge. And he that seek knowledge will have what? Will have wisdom. You lack, black race lack knowledge. And that is why we are in a terrible mess and in a terrible condition. That is why we can never progress in life. Blacks, and I mean it. If you expect a white man, if you expect a white man to come and speak or talk on your behalf, you are all wasting your precious time. If you expect the white man to rewrite your history and then twist your history for you the way it's being done now, black race, you're wasting your precious time on the surface of this planet. Because the real knowledge of God Almighty is with the black race. The whites, the white race, they came to us to steal the knowledge of God that we know too well, and we communicate with our God. They stole it and then package to you a white Jesus. White Yeshua. That is why, because you lot refused to align yourselves with your spiritual being and your spiritual entity. The white race does not bring civilization to the world. The black race did. Did you get that? I'm not being racist. I respect every color in the world. The black race, where is your love? Where is your love? Where is your love for your brothers, for your sisters? If you love your brothers, your sisters, you will continue to build and build and build the way we had our own civilization, and within the Yoruba race, we built walls that the Yorubas built, that was massive than the walls the Chinese built. But you know what? The white race came, they destroyed our civilization. When they came, they destroyed our own civilization. Then both the whites and the Arabs then threw the Bible and the Quran into our hands. We were already conquered. Hashtag Nigeria 2023 Roundup. That's exactly what we want to talk about, although I think I can see there's a typo error up there. Others will join us. It's going to be a very long stream because I want to round up this year, today, Boxing Day, Tuesday, 26th December 2023. I still believe that the others will join us. And as you guys join, share it. Follow us. Follow the page from wherever you want to follow it, either Facebook, my personal page, Hello Magazine, NuMedia TV on both Facebook and YouTube. Follow it. The roundup I'm going to go through with you today because I have other commitments and engagements today. Family. And I've got a Zoom meeting scheduled later on for 6 o'clock, to which I have to be today. Now, I've lined up all the things that I want to talk to you about. First, I said to you, we're going to go into 2024 prophecy that's just been published recently by Primate Elijah Ayodele, the leader of the INRI Evangelical Spiritual Church in Nigeria. Those prophecies, I'm going to take those prophecies onto the next level, that when Primate Elijah Ayodele probably get hold of this, we'll say, Kare Mome. We're going to go into that, but I'm going to leave that to the tail end of the live stream. Let me show you this, because I've been working on many of this issue for a long time. For some time that I've been offline. Part of the update that I want to talk about, I'm going to go specifically into this issue. This one. Fuel subsidy in Nigeria. The fraud, lies, and the deception 40 years on in 2023, since what? Since 1980. 1983. I have things to prove. And that's why people are too scared to confront the terrible man called Frank Bello. They're scared. None of them can confront everything I have to say, because I will provide everything live for them. See, I don't need to go into their individual private lives. What I'm interested in is your public conduct as a public servant. Public ilé ayé, not your private business. That's why I don't delve into people's private life, but their public conduct. The moment you chose to go into a public office or take on anything public, I will dig you out. Fuel subsidy in Nigeria, the fraud, lies, and the deception. And we've been on this case since 1983, 40 years ago, in 2023. One thing I don't like in my life is I don't want people to think I am stupid, because I am not stupid, and I am not an idiot or a tribesman. 40 years on, since 1983, in a country that God blessed with everything, in 2023, still struggling with energy. Shame on Nigeria. Shame on all the leaders, right all the way from Gowon, from General Yakubu Gowon to the incumbent. Shame. Shame. They know for a fact that there will be a generation that will curse them. For a country that God made under the sun since 1983. And I'm going to prove to you. I'm going to show you why those leaders, if they die, they will never meet the eyes of God. They will never meet God's favor. I mean it. Because they have ridiculed the people of God under them. See that? Since 1983, years, they filtered you lot with fraud, lies, and deception. Okay, let's do this. Let me bring in this. Let me bring this for you. Watch. Fuel subsidy. Okay? Fuel subsidy. I want you to watch this video clip I have been working on for a long time, but I've just fine-tuned the video clip, and this was something that was on a long time when the then Minister of Petroleum, Professor Tam David West, under the regime of Muhammadu Buhari in 1983, came out to debunk in 2014 that fuel subsidy was a fraud. You see, I watched the video clip over and over again, and I said to myself, so when in 2014, when the then late Professor Tam David West came onto the public domain to tell the world, because Buhari has been making attempts to come back to power, because he was cut short from office by Ibrahim Babangida. You see, watch this and we will take it up from there. Watch this video clip, okay, of the fuel subsidy. Here it is.
Non-diplomatic talk show fireworks, then say just the way it is. No matter which country's government, and it is a show. And on the talk today is Prime Minister of Petroleum and also one Minister of Power and Security in Nigeria, Professor Tam David West. Prof, welcome to my talk today. Thank you, sir. One issue that is thorny in the flesh of so many Nigerians is the issue of subsidy, and a lot of people have argued that there is no subsidy, that the government have continually insisted that there is subsidy and it must be removed. You were former Minister of Petroleum. Do we have succeeded?
It's absolute lie.
Did you hear that?
It's fraud and it's corruption. I
Did you hear that?
wrote my article on this 1996, published in the Vanguard. I call it sabotage theory of refineries.
Sabotage theory.
Sabotage, yes. Actually, I come to that. Now, this whole thing started when they killed the refineries. Our minister under Buhari appointed me exactly 18th of January 1984. And I take it as the act of God. I didn't know it before. But fortunately for me, he appointed me to the Minister of Petroleum and Energy, as Chairman and NNPC of Directors and Chief Executive. The last was even a unique thing, but the NNPC Act had to be changed. And it took a long solution. Fortunately for him, Buhari was also oil minister before
you, yeah.
me, under Murtala Mohammed,
Was the
Obasanjo,
military leader.
and he came head of state. Now here's a situation where both Buhari and myself are constantly said there is no subsidy.
Even when he was the military.
No. Even when I was with it, there was no subsidy.
So where did we import this cliche of subsidy?
It's correct. Now, it started after Buhari. They destroyed the refineries.
Now when you say they, who are
A
the
cabal of few people, they are not up to a dozen people.
The faceless cabal?
They are faceless because they don't want that we know them. They know them. But they cannot do that without the cooperation of the government in power. Oil is so important for Nigerian state, the nation. When they destroy Nigeria, it destroyed the oil installation, Nigeria is finished. Oil makes up at least 85% of Nigerian annual budget. It makes up at least 95% of everything you have abroad. So how can somebody joke with something like that? It's like a prodigal son toying with the heirloom left for him by his parents. So what is important? Now, I keep on talking about General Buhari. I don't know if they appointed me. There's nobody like him I challenge them. Nobody has said Buhari is corrupt. You cannot fight corruption if you're corrupt. But allow the government to go.
Did you hear that?
Why did they do that? Now, then they got this cabal. We import fuel at international price.
So the cabal came in as a result of importation of fuel.
Yes, that's cabal.
So which means there was no cabal when you were there.
No, they cannot have cabal that we are going to smash them. Now,
That was complete lie.
I mean, Nigeria knew about bunkering. Nigeria was losing a lot of money through bunkering. When I became minister, there were 18 registered bunkers, official bunkers. We had over 1,000. Bunker is stealing your money, your oil.
So you registered them?
No, before we came, they have got 18 registered official bunkers that can carry the bunker fuels. But during the time of Shagari and before that time, there were over 1,000 illegal bunkers, and nobody fought them. When we came, we fought them. I'm giving that example. So we fought bunkers stopped.
And what strategy did you use to fight bunkers?
If you are corrupt, you cannot fight corruption. Buhari was ruthless because he wasn't corrupt.
Maybe because he was a military man.
No, but that's
it won't be easy under civilian dispensation.
No, it is. You see, what corruption is a moral issue.
Let me pause that there. Buhari was not corrupt. And I've argued this time after time. And I want them to come and challenge me. Buhari, the authentic Muhammadu Buhari as Minister of Petroleum then under Obasanjo was corrupt. As Minister of Petroleum, perhaps Buhari stole. But all I can tell you was that During Buhari's tenure as Minister of Petroleum, under Obasanjo was milking $1 on each barrel of crude oil on the Nigerian soil as a peck that goes with the office of the head of state at the time. And Buhari, as Minister of Petroleum, had 50 cents. You see, I'm still challenging a lot of people. The story building on Broad Street in Lagos that used to house the Alitalia head office in Nigeria at the time when Muhammadu Buhari was Minister of Petroleum. Who is the owner of that building that housed Alitalia, Italian airline head office in Lagos, located on Broad Street? Who is the owner? That's why I said to you, fuel subsidy. We're kickstarting this from fuel subsidy in Nigeria, the fraud, lies, and the deception since 1983, 40 years on, in 2023. Who? These people, they dare not challenge my authority. They dare not challenge my authority, because I am not a Bolekaja journalist like your Dele Momodu. I'm still coming back there. I'm not, because I will say it, because I fear no man but God. When I'm gone, when I'm lowered to my grave, nobody's going to come there with me. It is me and God, and what I have used. I used the gifts embedded in me to better humanity. Just before Christmas, one of my siblings called me up and then said to me, "We don't know how you manage this, but you seem contented in life." And I said, yes, contentment. When you are when you have contentment, you don't worry about life. You don't worry about the end of life. Esther, I can spot you. It's going to be a very, very long stream. Ishola Olalekon, I can spot you too. The time currently in London is 8:36. It is an early show because I want to stream this so that many people will come impromptu and they will see that, oh, Frank came live. And I'm sure the likes of Narada Franklin in Moscow in Russia, when they pick it up that I have been live this early morning, they will blame themselves. That how on earth? Yeah, because many of you are sleeping and the Messiah is going to come unannounced. Unannounced. Olubumi Oyewale, Merry Christmas to you, Mama. You see, there's a lot more coming. If Nigeria can be wrestling with the issue of fuel subsidy since 1983, in 2023, 40 years ago, and then we have countries like United Arab Emirates, that 40 years ago oil was never discovered, and 40 years ago Dubai, UAE were pure deserts, and the moment oil was discovered in those parts of the world, and within, guess what, 30 years, they turn everything around, and the same UAE then became a first world, a paradise. Don't you think that you are sick? Your leaders are sick in Nigeria. You Nigerians are sick. Your leaders are equally sick. And I mean it. Your leaders, all the way from General Yakubu Gowon to date, are sick. You, the people of Nigeria, are equally sick. You, the people of Nigeria, are sick because you continue to bring in Agberos and Omotas, rogues, fraudsters. You continue to elect them as your leaders. There is nothing bad in any nations of the world than the people aiding and abetting to bring in hopeless people to rule over them. Leaders without any vision. Leaders that had already destroyed your own lives. They've destroyed your children's lives and your generations that are yet unborn. That is the problem I have. Fraudsters. You continue to wrestle for 40 years with the issue of fraud, lies, and deception that is tied around fuel subsidy in Nigeria since 1983. And you think it is okay? It's not okay. You are all sick. You're all what? Sick. As sick as you all are. That's why now Abike Dabiri is now telling you lot in the diaspora they want to start a mortgage. Any program the Nigerian government brings to Nigerians in the diaspora, I will kick against it. That's another fraud. They said Nigerians cannot vote in the diaspora to choose a government of their own, but other countries of the world, their own diaspora votes. Americans vote, everyone votes, Ghanaian votes, South African votes in the diaspora. But do you know how long I have been campaigning for votes from the diaspora point of view? And listen, I know those sham organization put up by the Nigerian government, at least in the diaspora. Two of them I know very well, and they know me. The first one is NIDO, Nigerian Diaspora in Europe. The second one is Kanuk, fraudsters. Fraudsters, Nigerian government organization that thought, oh, through NIDO and Kanuk they can reach out to Nigerians in the diaspora. Listen, Nigerian government, let me tell you, Kanuk cannot even reach to 10 people from the Nigerian in diaspora. NIDO cannot either. You are all wasting your time. It is only within them. You can't sort out fuel subsidy. You want to come to us in the diaspora to now say, oh, we've got this mortgage organized by the Nigerian government for the Nigerian diaspora. You can now buy home. Which kind of home? You expect me to come and buy a home in that shithole country that cannot even provide me with water, with electricity, with all the necessary basic amenities that the government ought to provide for a citizen? Abike Dabiri, go and think twice. It is not going to come down well, because you cannot expect. Don't you know how many Nigerians have made attempts to come and establish, and then some of them, they suffered stroke? You can't provide healthcare delivery. You can't do anything. Tamboroba Shege Mutumu Banzani. I'm telling you lot now. You expect Nigerians in the diaspora to come and buy homes that you will provide them with mortgage. So rather than invest, rather than we that we've made abroad our homes, some 40 years, some 30 years, some 20 years. They've contributed to the system. They've made the place they are comfortable with their abode. Their children are in the same environment. The same environment provided education, everything for their children. And when they are now getting to their retirement age, Abike Dabiri, ìwọ tó péré ní diaspora leader, it's not going to go down well with you. So you expect those that are getting close to their retirement to now start sending their money, or those that are already here to now start sending their money to your shithole country, Nigeria. It's not going to work. Our economic power, Abike Dabiri, is here. Part of the reasons why the black race, we haven't got any economic power, is because some are busy building houses in Nigeria. The houses that they cannot even sleep in. It's not going to go down well. Before you start talking to us in the diaspora, you have to fix your country right, Nigeria. For now, Nigeria has been blacklisted a long time. Let me tell you, I know of somebody that made a lot of money during Obasanjo's period. A woman, I won't mention her name. Just this year, Abike Dabiri, I'm now talking to you directly. A woman who made so much money. Do you know what foreign investors are saying to her? Nobody, no organizations wants to trade or deal with Nigerians. Foreign organizations, they don't want to deal with Nigerians. They don't want to deal with Nigeria because Nigeria is already a blacklisted country by many countries in the world. Nigeria is a no-go area. Forget it. Do you know the advice Princess was given? I can say princess. There are so many princesses in Nigeria. Go and look for the princess. Princess was advised to move her operations away from Nigeria to the UK. I know this. And guess what? Princess relocated her business, and now her head office is based now in St. John's Wood. Posh, very, very posh part of London. NW8. That is how bad. When people with wealth and money cannot even conduct a successful business, right inside the shithole country you lot called Nigeria. Nigeria is a shithole. That's the point. Nigeria, shithole. Nigeria is nothing to be proud of. See, that on its own. I've just played you that small bits from Professor Tam David West. Let me see if I can get this. You can no, you've had that. Now let's go into the next because I've got this. Now look at this. The same petroleum industry, look at, you know this woman very well. These were things I've been making up for you. Alison Madueke, Dinziani Alison Madueke. I said here, everybody wants Nigeria fixed overnight like advanced countries in pathetic situations whereby the civil servants in the entire country steals public fund. This woman, Dinziani, she's now begging Nigerians to forgive, to forgive her, that she's ready to come to Nigeria to come and account, to come and say it, give you her own version. And that was the same woman that Bolekaja journalist Dele Momodu brought to the limelight to now say, oh, she's got cancer. The same way Dele Momodu brought in Abacha. Why is it that all the time this Bolekaja journalist called Dele Momodu from Ovation is the one that will always come out to defend those that messed up Nigeria? He knows me too well. He will claim he doesn't know me. I don't care. They should ask him the day himself and Dukbe Ashama came to Osto in every road in Hackney that I paid for their food and their booze. Èmi ò ń ṣọmọ ojú ọ̀rọ̀ lárí. Ẹ̀ńtàn bá bí sínú ọlá òun ló ń ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Ẹni tó jẹ́ pé kò tí ì rí owó rí, tó jẹ́ pé ìgbà t'Abíọ́lá fún ní £5,000 ìyẹn jọ lójú. Why tí ò ṣe ní mama? Why won't he be, publicizing people that are not even worth that they should be ridiculed from the surface of the planet? You see, the Nziani those days when I continued to hammer in, because I always speak the truth, and I was glad that at the end of the day, guess what? I was vindicated. Why was I vindicated? I was vindicated because let me see if I have that here. If it is not here, then it will be in the MP4 file. Yeah, it is here. Let me just cut that and then place it inside the live stream folder. Okay. Now, let's look at that. That woman. When I kept on when I kept on saying, no. This is not the way to do things. They saw me at the Nigerian High Commission at the time as a rebel. But the moment power changed hands in 2015, hear what our former High Commissioner to the UK, Dr. Dalhatu Saraki Tafida, said about this same woman called Dinziani Alesimadweke. That woman. Hear what Tafida said.
Flagrant stealing of public property. That was also there. It was there. We knew it was going on. But you dare not go and tell the president, the
Jonathan,
lady, untouchable lady in the petroleum industry. You dare not. Nobody, even the coordinating minister of the economy, who did not have the gut to go and tell the president certain things she knew about the minister, her colleague. But she was powerful. Even in council when they're meeting, she would just pick her bag and just say, so she would just walk out that she had an assignment. Even if she had taken excuse from the president, she should let the other colleagues know that she is taking an excuse to get out of the council. She would just pack and take and go. That's not a government that Nigerians would want to see. That's why the government failed.
That was why Jonathan's government failed. But that was the same Dr. Dalhatu Saraki Tafida that was Director General of Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Then you see, when I continued to hammer in about the fraud, the lies, and the deception, Dr. Tafida's special assistant, the same High Commissioner's special assistant at number 9 Otumbaland Avenue, by name Shola Enikonlaye, attacked me called me all sorts of names, that I was a disgrace to Nigeria. But then when power changed hands, the story changed. Truth is constant. That's why I am not afraid of anyone. The only person I am scared of in my entire whole life is God Almighty. If Babangida is wrong today, I will tell him, IBB, you are wrong. Without any favor. Without anything, because I've not collected a dime. And as a matter of fact, there were many things. There were many things. If I say, sometimes I'll say, IBB, don't do this. This is the repercussion. This is how it will end. The man will just withdraw. Some people might be pushing him, but then, because I'm a street man, I will tell him the truth. But to them, if they are in power, they don't want the truth spoken. And when you speak the truth, you are then labeled as an outcast. So am I the outcast now, or you that believe the lies, the fraud, and the deception? Who? Because of what you are going to eat, that is not even permanent, then you begin to tell lies. You begin to fool your own race. Because of power, Dr. Dalhatu Tafida, our former High Commissioner to the United Kingdom, tagged me at the time, told me, Frank Bello, we know exactly where you go anytime you are in Nigeria. You go to your Oga in Mina. I said, have I ever denied that? I said, I've never hidden my love and my affection for Ibrahim Babangida. I've never collected a dime. If I wanted to be rich, to be bigger even than Mike Adenuga, Babangida can easily do it. He called me and I said, I said, it's a pleasure knowing you, IBB. I said, for you to even grant me an interview, I should have paid you, and not you saying to me, Frank, for coming to me. I want to sponsor your flight ticket to come over to Nigeria. It was a big shame on me. But when you see the truth and you fail to speak the truth, especially to powers, you have denied your race. And you know what? The wrath of God, the punishment God is going to meet you at the end, will be severe, because God loves any man that loves his own race. I don't care what anybody is going to say. I don't care. You see, Diziani Alisimadweke, part and parcel of the problems of Nigeria. She stole and stole and stole money. At some time, she was stealing Nigeria's crude oil money to inform the president, who happens to be the husband on the side chick. Alice Madueke was Goodluck Ebele Jonathan's side chick, and guess what? Dame Patience knew. That's why Diziani, Alice Madueke, and Dame Patience Jonathan, they don't see eye to eye. Because she's held public office, I will have to dig a little bit down into her private life, because Baba Ibadan Amala politics, Adedibu, the late Adedibu, said it. If you don't want people to tell you who slept with your mother before your father slept with her, don't come into politics. Because the day you venture into politics, that is the day politicians will tell you the man that slept with your mother before your father started sleeping with her. Diziani Alice Madueke had been sleeping with Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. That name, Alice Madueke, was a borrowed name, I think from 1986, if I'm right. A retired naval officer that she married after Alice Madueke's wife died. The children Alice Madueke has got are Jonathan's children. You see, everybody wants Nigeria fixed overnight, like advanced countries in pathetic situations whereby the civil servants in the entire country steals public fund. Alice Madueke happens to be one of those. She stole and stole. Stole money. Everybody in Nigeria waiting for their own turn. Look at this. Everybody wants Nigeria fixed overnight, like advanced countries in pathetic situations where security personnel stole, guess what, $2 billion meant to fight Boko Haram at the detriment of national security in the country. You know him, Dasuki. He was the one, this man was the one that got Buhari arrested when his government was toppled as a military junta. And that was why throughout he locked him up as when he was then elected, because he was Goodluck Ebele Jonathan's NSA. $2 billion stolen by him alone. And you seriously want Nigeria fixed, don't you? Don't you think you're all wasting your time and that Nigeria is living a borrowed time and the country is a fraud. The very day Gowon destroyed the 3 or the 4 regional formation of Western region, Midwest, Eastern region, and then Northern region. So Gowon thought the British were stupid. Yes, Lord Lugard amalgamated the Southern Protectorate with the Northern Protectorate. But what the hell was Gowon thinking of when he dismantled the 4 regions and then replaced them with 12 states? The beginning of the fraud. Did you hear that? The beginning of the nasty fraud that you and I and the entire country is having to pay for right now. It's going to be ruthless today. It's going to be nasty. Every one of you wants Nigeria fixed overnight with just one man, National Security Advisor, then under Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, stole $2 billion. Do you know how big $2 billion is? Do you know how big it is? You don't know. $2 billion. If you take a bail of $100 billion notes, one bail of $100 billion notes is $10,000. Okay, $10,000. So that bail of $10,000 of $100 note that makes up $10,000. If you lay this bail down of 1 billion will fill an Olympic size football pitch. Lay them down one by one. 1 billion will fill one Olympic size football pitch. So $2 billion US. You're talking about 2 Olympic size football pitch. That is how incredible the obscene amount of money stolen by one man from the public treasury. And you want Nigeria fixed overnight? No, it can't. Stop wasting your time. You can't fix it overnight. Nigeria that was never fixed since the day my late father, Zacchaeus Andrew Bello, has been fighting. All the way from Yaba College of Technology. At least that I know. From 1970 to 1980. My father fought for the common man, fought everything, died in the grave. I picked up from where ZAB left off. My father. I'm equally on my way out. And now my own children are now fighting the same battle. Do you think Nigeria is okay? I was with my children yesterday. We were together. Come and hear stories from their own friends that some people, our own children, I'm talking about children that are 40 years right up to their 25 years. Come and hear the different versions of the story. Sad stories of the children that they were lured into Nigeria as diasporan children, but they are back. One even, according to one story, one even spent 3 months but came back. That is how bad things are. And you lot don't want me to speak truth to power. You are wasting your precious time. You see, one man, Dasuki, him alone, maybe the $2 billion US dollars was distributed out. But the fact of the matter is, it was his office as NSA, National Security Advisor, to Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, and the $2 billion US dollars stolen by him in one bill of 100 US dollars each is $10,000. So you are looking at 2 Olympic size football stadium stolen by one man. Do you know what $2 billion US dollars will do? If they spend $2 US billion in building hospitals and then revamping our schools and equipping them, or put that money on education, Nigeria will compete effectively in the marketplace for brains, engineers, doctors, scientists, pharmacists. Now you are beginning to see why I continue to say I don't believe in that country. The least I'm going to settle for, let them return Nigeria back to its old regional formation. You want Nigeria fixed overnight? Look at. Stop wasting your time. Everybody wants Nigeria fixed overnight, like advanced countries in pathetic situations whereby parents pay for exam malpractice for their children, and politicians forged results for election purpose. You heard. What have you done with Muhammadu Buhari? Forged WAEC. Politicians forged results for election purpose. And you've got the DSS. You've got all the security agents. And they cannot carry out checks on those that want to seek public office. You want it fixed? You're wasting your time. Wasting your precious time. Nigeria can never be fixed. It won't be fixed. Nigeria is a fraud. Run by fraudsters and gangsters. You want it fixed? And you think you can fix it? If your politicians, if they can forge results and you accepted it, and security agents that were meant to do everything, check everything, refuse to do that, you can't fix it. You want Nigeria fixed overnight, like advanced countries. In pathetic situations where university lecturers were not paid, but those lecturers will give out grades to their students for money or sex in exchange. You want it fixed? My father was a lecturer. Those never happened when he was head of department civil engineering, Yaba College of Technology, 1970 to 1980. I'm giving you the dates. This never happened. Education. What was at its best. The crop of the lecturers that we have in Nigeria today cannot fix Nigeria. And that's why degrees and certificates coming out of Nigeria is now being scrutinized across the whole world, because if you can't scrutinize your public office holders, if your public holders holding public office can forge their own certificates, and your university lecturers that were not paid out on time but gives out grades for money or sex from the girls, from our young girls in exchange, who is going to fix Nigeria? Who? Tell me, who is going to fix your country for you? And you want the diaspora, you want us, diaspora, to come home, to come and fix that for you. But you continue to abuse us from the diaspora. But when you come to meet us in any country where you want our money, you want us to send you money, fix your country, fix it yourself. That's why I said it's going to be ruthless. You lot, you want us to help you to fix Nigeria overnight, okay, in pathetic situations. But the citizens of Nigeria disregard queues and at the same time disobey traffic rules in the country, and you want the country fixed. Tell me, who is fooling who? Who is fooling who? But your politicians will come over to England. They will obey the traffic rules. They will obey the law. But the moment they land at the airport, either Lagos or Abuja airport, they forget everything they've seen. They forget. They forget. You want us to fix it? I don't know what is happening to the stream. Maybe some people are not comfortable with it. If they're not comfortable, yeah, I can see the stream is it's not going smoothly, but let me see. Let me leave this place to go onto my personal page to see what is happening. Okay, guys, some people seem not to be happy at the moment. Okay, some people seem not to be happy at the moment. I mean, slide number 5. I'm going to cut this short and I'm going to come back with the part. Okay, it is back actually. I think I am back. I think that was because yes, it is back. So there's no point going away. Yeah, I'm back with you. Maybe because my tablet was actually sitting on a magnetic strip. That was why. But yeah, we are back again. I just looked into the camera to see that there was a problem. Greatest King, good morning, compliments of the season. Yes, others will join us very soon. You want Nigeria fixed overnight. The citizens disregard queues and at the same time disobey traffic rules in the country. You want it fixed? You truly want it fixed? I don't think so. Guys, I'm only trying to adjust the camera. Yeah. You want it fixed. You disobey every rules. Every rules. You want Nigeria fixed overnight. In pathetic situations where politicians who embezzles public funds are forgiving their loot when they cross carpet to a party in power. You want it fixed? Is that not ridiculous? When you want such a country fixed and you've got people in power embezzling public funds and their sins are forgiven. Is that not a complete waste of time? No, it's a complete waste of time. You all want Nigeria fixed overnight, like advanced countries. In pathetic situations where the boss give unmerited favors to his subordinates on basis of tribe, religion, political and other social affiliations. Where is that done? That is the ugly situation. on hand. Very ugly. Don't expect diaspora to come and fix this overnight for you, because we won't. What we've done from the diaspora point of view is to enlighten you, to guide you into making the right decisions. But have you agreed? Have you changed your own ways, your paradigm shift? You haven't. Pathetic. Pathetic. You want Nigeria fixed overnight, every one of you, to be like advanced countries. But the sellers of goods hoard their merchandise to deliberately create scarcity in commodity across the country. Is that not happening? Right now, it is happening. Many of you are scared. A lot are scared to come on my show. A lot are even scared to ring in, to phone in. That is how bad it is, and you want it fixed. You want it fixed overnight. You all want it fixed. You want Nigeria fixed overnight. Stop wasting your time. Unless and otherwise, you fight for yourselves. Do you know what they've used? They've used, like I said, ideological subversion. And you know what they've done? They started killing education. Obasanjo started killing Nigeria's educational system. Again from 1999. That was exactly what. Because you never knew that they've used ideological subversion to kill you. Let me do it this way. I'm going to look for that tape, and I think I know where it is. Yeah, I know where it. I know. I know. I'm going to start that. Don't forget, we're still going into Primate Ayodele's forecast. We're still warming up. Ideological subversion. That's exactly what they have used. And the ideological subversion started right all the way from Obasanjo's period. That's exactly what they've used. So let me just bring that I want you to watch this. Ideological subversion. That's why this day and age, parents cannot send their children into school. And the best gift you can give a child in life is education. Watch this. Watch this.
Well, you spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets use the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process
Listen.
which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from
You hear that?
open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage, intelligence gathering, looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all.
Listen.
According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American.
Psychological warfare.
That despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization.
Demoralization.
20 years to demoralize a nation.
You see?
Why that many years? Because
20 years to demoralize a nation.
Requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of
20 years. 20 bloody years. Ideological subversion. It takes 20 years to demoralize a nation. Now, picture this ideological subversion and the demoralization of your children from 1999. 20 years it will take to demoralize a nation. You see, I started by saying black people will continue to perish because they lack knowledge. And he who has knowledge has got wisdom. So long as you continue to watch everything sex about film, all those ones, Nollywood, Bollywood, Hollywood, listen, where the real power of knowledge is current affairs, because the current affairs now is history tomorrow. The current affairs of yesterday is history today. Let's go back to the video. Okay? Ideological subversion. Ideological subversion. Listen. Let me bring it in.
To such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students.
You see?
In the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is...
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? It takes 20 years. Demoralization of Nigeria, 1999 to date, is over 20 years. So, Olusegun Obasanjo, when he was drafted in by Ibrahim Babangida to come and sort out the issue of June 12, had the intention to demoralize the nation. Let's listen to ideological subversion. Carry on.
Change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people have been programmed and, as you say, in place, and who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept. These are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful...
Right. Now, when Obasanjo came in 1999, many of you did not realize Obasanjo was already planning the ideological subversion. Part of the ideological subversion implemented by Obasanjo in 1999 was first to get rid of Chief Bola Ige. Chief Bola Ige was a stumbling block to him, because Obasanjo is never liked anywhere in Yoruba land in the southwest. Did you get that? Never liked. No one liked that man called Olusegun Obasanjo in the southwest. Let's carry on. Let's carry on.
Of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people have been programmed and, as you say, in place, and who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept. These are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people, and the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. They will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be a greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already.
You see?
For the last 25 years. Actually, it's over 40.
They've completed the demoralization of Nigeria since 1999.
Not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned,
done to Nigerians by Nigerians.
To true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures,
they'll say no.
Even
they won't believe it.
Take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So basically America is stuck with demoralization, and unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation.
It will take another 20 years.
It will still take you 15 to 20 years.
Yes.
To turn the tide
round
of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy.
Did you get that? To turn Nigeria back to where it was. It's not going to happen overnight. It will take 15 to 20 years, because that is how long it will take to train the next generation. You know why I respected our former Prime Minister in the United Kingdom, Tony Blair? And I'm saying it because I, for one, just like my late father, I have got passion for education, especially educating the younger generations, because the education of those younger generations are the ones that will run the country tomorrow. And that is why when Tony Blair, that should have been the second successful prime minister after the late Margaret Thatcher, made history. He made history because you know what? Tony Blair was born a conservative. And when he was fighting to become the prime minister, he promised the British people one thing. And that thing Tony Blair promised was education, education, education. Tony Blair, I salute you. As a governor, my children were in primary school at the time, and I was a governor in a Hackney school. Hackney was a run-down borough that was right at the bottom of the league table in schools. Many people moved out of Hackney to Essex, to Kent, and the rest of it. You know what I promised all of them? I said, listen, I have been a fighter from my family genealogy. We've been fighting injustice. And I said to them, I said, I will rather fight the demons confronting Hackney Borough than move out. I said, I'm not going to move. I'm going to confront that demon. And I'm going to fight the demon head on. But because at the time, Tony Blair promised education, 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 those children, my own children, the generation of those children running this country to which Tony Blair promised education, education, are the ones running this country now. And as a matter of fact, Tony Blair, despite the fact that he had all the privileges, even sent his own children to a government school. Now, if my own Prime Minister, Tony Blair, at the time, can educate his own children in the same school that ordinary children attend, that means the education is good enough. How many of your politicians in Nigeria of today sent their children to a government school? None. At least in my own time. The children of the rich, the children of the poor were in the same government school. Do you know the difference? In my own time, the children of the rich will be picked up outside the school in their father's cars, while the children of the poor will walk home. Have you seen that happening today? In your shithole country called Nigeria. Have you seen it? Ideological subversion. Let me bring it closer to you. I've said this before. Before Obasanjo left power in 1979, I had a lecturer that was my main supervisor on my major project. I mentioned his name because this was a topic we dealt with in book publishing practice. One subject within the area of my specialization in publishing management. That my lecturer who took me in publishing practice, Charles McGregor, still alive, was the managing director of Evans in Ibadan, Nigeria. in 1996 when I picked up the George Goodman's Award in the lecture. You see, he was the one that actually brought this out during the lecture to say, Frank, in 1979, I advised the then Nigerian head of state, General Obasanjo, to buy outright Macmillan's publishers. Charles McGregor was in a better position to facilitate a successful handover because Obasanjo was in power. The reply that came out of Obasanjo's mouth to Charles McGregor at the time was, Obasanjo said he was not interested in educating the Nigerian children. So ideally, the ideological subversion to kill you at the time and your generations at the time started that period. And then credits goes to the likes of Otumba that later bought Evans. In 1997. The same advice that was given to Obasanjo in 1979, in 1997, the same advice was given to Otumba Kunle Ojora. Otumba Ojora bought Evans worldwide. I don't know whether he's still in charge, but maybe his children must have taken charge of that right now. But all I can tell you was that I was recruited to come over back to Nigeria as a British Nigerian expatriate. Because Charles wanted to get me straight into the book publishing practice so that I will understand the language at which the Nigerian children can be educated. Through the promotion of the local authors that will write books in the language that the Nigerian children will understand so that they can use it to educate them. Nigeria is sick. Sick. You're all sick. You are sick because, listen, you're sick because you all want to fix Nigeria overnight, like countries abroad, in a pathetic situations where lawyers and judges make ways for criminals to escape facing the justice systems and the wrath of the law. Your lawyers are part and parcel of your problem, and you want Nigeria fixed. You want it fixed. You're wasting your time. It's not going to happen. You want Nigeria fixed? Where doctors will refer their patients to a private facilities, private hospitals for their personal gains? Stop wasting your time. You want Nigeria fixed? In pathetic situations where the engineers constructs below the agreed standards in material facilities for personal gains, collapse in buildings. You're all aware of them. You want them fixed? Is Nigeria not a pathetic nation? Of course it is. Truth hurts. You want Nigeria fixed, where the youths in the country believe in shady 419 deals, Yahoo and fraudulent acts are the best ways of hustling in life. You want that fixed? Now take your mind back to the ideological subversion video you watched. This is part of it. The future of the children that were supposed to be educated by Obasanjo from 1999. You want it fixed? But those children, they believe in shady 419 deals. They kill. Yahoo boys kill. Ritualists. Where are you going to start from? Is the question. It's going to take another 15 to 20 years to change the paradigm shift. You want Nigeria fixed in a pathetic situation where the common man is waiting in the queue to be in any of the public positions of power and authority, so he or she will do the same the others they've done in the past, if not worse. Ideological subversion. You want Nigeria fixed, where road safety officials and the police force will openly collect money inside vehicle particulars and allow motorists to carry overload and kill other road users. You want it fixed? Ideological subversion. You've heard of the story of the Dutch lady, the police that stopped the woman. They've been dismissed from the Nigerian police force. You want Nigeria fixed overnight in pathetic situations where some governors and even a fake president will sponsor terrorists and use the country's money corruptly to buy arms in the name of fighting the same terrorist. I'm referring to your fake, dodgy, latex Muhammadu Buhari. You want it fixed? You cannot fix Nigeria if you don't take the bull by the horn now, from now to the next 15 years or 20 years or more. Nigeria is finished. History. You can't fix Nigeria. Forget it. I've been working on this presentation and I knew I was coming out loud and big. You want Nigeria fixed overnight in situations, very pathetic situations, where customs officers, you heard, customs officers will clear imported goods after taxation and import duties, only to now mount roadblocks to collect more money and bribe from the importer of those goods. Ideological subversion. You can't fix Nigeria. No president can fix Nigeria. As we talk, with the fraudulent 1999 constitution, you can't. You cannot. You want to fix Nigeria overnight, like advanced countries, in such horrible situations where the National Assembly, your National Assembly, the Federal House of Reps, the Senate, will deliberately spend over 1 billion naira to amend the Constitution they know they cannot amend. You heard. You want to fix it? Where are you going to start from? When your thieving politicians wasted 1 billion naira just to amend the Constitution that they know they cannot amend. Ideological subversion. You're wasting your time. You want to fix Nigeria overnight like advanced countries in the same pathetic situations whereby politicians will arm thugs to kill an opponent in scary election violence throughout the country. Tell me I'm wrong with all this analysis. If anybody can prove to me that, oh Frank, you are wrong with all this analysis, come out. Please come out and challenge my authority. Correct me to say that politicians don't sponsor. That's going to take us into Primate Elijah Ayodele's prophecy. But right now, we're going through ideological subversion and how they've messed you lot up from 1999 right up to date. Because it would have taken a whole lot of new generations to be trained, educated. But the weapon they've used against you is the ideological subversion. You want Nigeria fixed overnight, like the Western countries, advanced countries. You want that country fixed in a pathetic situations where poverty compounds medical treatment and leaders, presidents, governors, they all establish substandard hospitals for you, their citizens, only for them to fly abroad for medical treatments. Please tell me I'm wrong. And I want those politicians to equally tell me I'm wrong. If none of them can tell me I am wrong, then they are all stupid. They're stupid. They're very stupid. You want to fix Nigeria overnight? Like advanced countries in pathetic situations where leaders, presidents, and governors destroyed the educational system throughout the country, only to fly their own children abroad for Oyibo education, for the white man's education. Ideological subversion. I know this is terrible and heavy for some people. I'm rounding up the whole year, so this is going to take some time. Some of you probably will fall asleep because some of you must have kept a late night and probably be hearing everything I'm saying in your sleep as you dozing and out. But I'm still here streaming because I've said it. I've got other programs airlined for today or earmarked for today that I'm going to be going into, but I said to myself, let me round up the year with a thought-provoking stream that will shake everyone, irrespective of who they are, within the Nigerian political system and outside. See? You want to change Nigeria overnight. You want to fix Nigeria overnight. But your leaders, look, that you can see classic example of a school, primary school. And you seriously want the world to respect you. I will continue to expose Nigeria's dirty linen to the world. That's exactly what they've done. Ideological subversion. Every one of you You want Nigeria fixed overnight, like advanced countries, in such pathetic situations where your pastors will collect church money, build mansions for themselves, buy themselves private jets, make their children head pastors and in charge of the poor members of the church, and you continue to pray, fast, and work hard. That to me is stupidity. You closed and shut down all factories and then start building churches, mega churches for that matter, only for you to pray, to now start looking for work. Are you not stupid? You truly want Nigeria to be fixed? You're not helping in the matter because you're stupid. You want Nigeria fixed overnight, like advanced countries, in pathetic situations where universities in the country has made law and medicine the only courses for a particular class of people without any due process. Children with the best grades to read law and medicine are denied the access because they want to fix the children of somebody to fill their gaps, and then tell the children that were supposed to read law and medicine to go and read biology. That to me is stupidity. If you cannot stand up and fight for your rights, ideological subversion. Everybody wants Nigeria fixed overnight like advanced countries in pathetic situations where the Nigerian youths, they've refused to learn a trade or a craft such as building, carpentry, plumbing, but are only interested in becoming ritual killers for money. That is how pathetic the situation of Nigeria is today. And every one of you wants me to keep my mouth shut? No. I'm not going to do that. I'm not. Sometimes many of the things I'll see, I'll say to myself, God, is this truly happening? You want Nigeria fixed overnight? Like advanced countries of the West in pathetic situation where herdsmen have discovered that kidnapping and collecting ransom pays more than rearing cows. Are you not okay? You are not okay. Everybody in Nigeria is not okay. You are all sick. You're sick. You are sick. You want to fix Nigeria overnight, like the countries in the West, even Dubai, in pathetic situation, where some parts of the country will witness, listen, some parts within the country will witness 50 million votes during an election, but cannot generate 100 million naira as a taxable income. You want it fixed? Stop wasting your time. If you can generate 50 million votes during an election, what stops you from generating 100 million naira as taxable income? Is Nigeria not sick? Nigeria is sick. Everybody wants Nigeria fixed overnight, like advanced countries in the West, in pathetic situations where some parts of the country ban the sale of alcohol because of Sharia law, but share the proceeds of the tax and VAT collected from the sale of alcohol in their parts of the country. Is that not madness? Complete madness. Yeti Queen, Merry Christmas. Yeah. It's terrible. I'm seriously angry. I'm seriously angry. And I doubt if anybody can control that anger. God will not even control that anger. Because I'm bitter inside. Very bitter. Extremely bitter. Terrible. 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 Ideological subversion. You know what? You don't know the damage that's been done. Let me once again in fact, what I have to do is bring you this. I've worked on this for a while. Before we start going straight into primate Ayodele's prophecy, I played you ideological subversion in broken Nigeria. Is Nigeria not broken? It is broken. See, and you can see the wall is already cracked. And I still believe Nigeria is going to crack, it's going to break. Like that wall. Nigeria is already broken anyway. It's broken. No doubt about it. Broken. If anyone tells you Nigeria is not broken, stop wasting your time. Ideological subversion. Let me remind you once again, before I go into the next slide of education, let me remind you once again with the ideological subversion tape.
Several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage, intelligence gathering, looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American.
Change the perception of reality.
In spite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country.
Underscore.
Of your enemy,
15 to 20 years.
Exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see. Most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black. You still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people have been programmed and, as you say, in place, and
Yes.
who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept.
Mhm.
These are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes, simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people, and the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. They will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years. Actually, it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized,
exposure to information doesn't matter anymore.
The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So basically America is stuck with demoralization, and unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of Americans, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism. The next stage is destabilization. This time,
destabilization
does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems.
Did you hear that?
And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas in such sensitive areas as defense and economy. The influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins, never mind. He will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control. Most of the American politicians, media, and educational system trains another generation of people who think they are living at a peacetime. False. United States is in the state of war, undeclared total war against the basic principles and the foundations of this system. And the initiator of this war is not Comrade Andropov, of course. It's the system. However ridiculous it may sound, the world communist system or the world communist conspiracy, whether I scare some people or not, I don't give a hoot. If you are not scared by now, nothing can scare you. But you don't have to be paranoid about it. What actually happens now, that unlike myself, you have literally several years to live on unless the United States wake up. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to, unless you want to live in Antarctica with penguins. This is it. This is the last country of freedom and possibility.
Okay, so what do we do? What is your recommendation to the American people?
Well, the immediate thing that comes to my mind is, of course, there must be a very strong national effort to educate people in the spirit of real patriotism, number one. Number two, to explain them the real danger of socialist, communist, whatever, welfare state, big brother government. If people will fail to grasp the impending danger of that development, nothing ever can help the United States. You may kiss goodbye to your freedom, including freedoms to homosexuals, to prison inmate. All this freedom will vanish, evaporate in 5 seconds, including your precious lives. The second thing, the moment at least part of the United States population is convinced that the danger is real, they have to force their government. And I'm not talking about sending letters, signing petitions, and all this beautiful, noble activity. I'm talking about forcing United States government to stop aiding communism. Because there is no other problem more burning and urgent than to stop the Soviet military-industrial complex from destroying whatever is left of the free world. And it is very easy to do. No credits, no technology, no money, no political or diplomatic recognition, and of course no such idiocy as grain deals to USSR. The Soviet people, 270 millions of Soviets, will be eternally thankful to you if you stop aiding a bunch of murderers who sit now in Kremlin and whom President Reagan respectfully calls government. They do not govern anything, least of all such complexity as the Soviet economy. So basic, two very simple, maybe too simplistic answers or solutions, but nevertheless they are the only solutions. Educate yourself, understand what's going on around you. You are not
Educate
living at the
yourself.
time of peace. You are in a state of war, and you have precious little time to save yourself. You don't have much time, especially if you're talking about young generation. There's not much time left for convulsions to the beautiful disco music. Very soon it will go, just overnight. If we are talking about capitalists or wealthy businessmen, I think they are selling the rope on which they will hang very soon. If they don't stop, if they cannot curb their unsettled desire for profit, and if they keep on trading with the monster of the Soviet communism, they are going to hang very soon. And they will pray to be killed, but unfortunately they will be sent to Alaska probably to manage industry of slaves. It's simplistic. I know it sounds unpleasant. I know Americans don't like to listen to things which are unpleasant. But I have defected not to tell you the stories about such idiocies as microfilm, James Bond type espionage. This is garbage. You don't need any espionage anymore. I have come to talk about survival. It's a question of survival of this system. And you may ask me, what is it in for me? Surviving all this. Because unlike, as I said, I am now in your boat. If we sing together, we will sing beautifully together. There is no
Ideological subversion. Okay, I want to come into this part. The part I want to come into now. Here it is. Now, look at this. Okay. Look at this. I want you to look at this, because it takes 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. In ideological subversion, the first casualty in ideological subversion is demoralization of the educational system. Look at this. And I said 1999. This is the statistics of Nigerian government budgetary allocation to education. And I think I've actually put my source in there. African Department reported by Jubilee 2000 and Alifa intrigues in federal government and ASU. I'm not making these statistics up because it is published. In 1995, still on ideological subversion, in 1995, Nigeria's total budget, Nigerian government total budget on education in 1995 was 7.2%. of the population of children that are in school. In 1996, this went up by 12.32%. In 1997, it went up by 17.59%. In 1998, it came down to 10.27%. In 1999, it went up to 11.12%. In the year 2000, it came down to 8.36%. In the year 2001, it came down 7%. Now, let's look at the figures in front of your screen in terms of ideological subversion and how the Nigerian government destroyed the educational system with the concept of ideological subversion. Let us look at those years: 1995, 96, 97, 98, 99, 2000, 2001. Now, you will have to picture the head of government, the head of state at the time. Now, let us take from 1997. Okay, why have we seen a surge in educational budget? Why? From 12.32% in 1996, and then the surge went up in 1997 to 17.59%. And then suddenly in 1998, it came down to 10.27%. Look at 1998 and 1999. 1999, it went up by a very small margin. 1998, 10.27%. 1999, 11.12%. 1998 to 1999. Picture the person who was in power. So that tells me that in 1998, General Abdusalam Abubakar brought the educational budget to 10.27%. And before he handed over power to Olusegun Obasanjo in 1999, it went up to 11.12%. Okay, Obasanjo was in power in 1999. What happened in the year 2000? Why have we seen a fall in the educational budget from 11.12% to 8.36% in the year 2000? You can now picture why I said to you that Charles McGregor said to me in the book publishing practice lecture that Obasanjo said emphatically to him that he was never interested in educating the Nigerian children. These statistics proved Charles McGregor right. Between the handover of power in 1999 to 2000, Obasanjo reduced the educational budget. And in 2001, he was still in power. He was in power till 2007. The educational budget in 2001 even went down further to 7%. Ideological subversion. These are the numbers that people should be talking about, but they're not talking about it. These are the figures that the Nigerian mainstream news media should have been talking about, but they're not talking about it. That is why I am very bitter, because I knew they've destroyed the country, and Nigeria is irredeemable. You cannot salvage Nigeria. You can see that. My source is there. It takes 15 to 20 years. The moment an educational system in a country is destroyed, the country is finished. Finished. Finito. Let me bring you the next one. It's going to get worse. Okay? Now, the next slide in front of your screen is the spending on education percentage gross national product for some African countries compared to Nigeria. Again, my source, the same source, is there. Now, look at Angola in year 2000. The population of Angola in year 2000, 16.39 million people. Their spending on education in year 2000 was 4.9%. Cote d'Ivoire in West Africa in year 2000, their population was 16.8 million people. The spending on education was 5%. Ghana in year 2000, population 19.67 million people. Their spending on education was 4.4%. Kenya in year 2000 was 30.85 billion people in population. Kenya's spending on education in year 2000 with their population was 6.5%. Malawi, same year, 2000. Population 11.23 million people. They're spending 5.4% on education. Mozambique, same year. Population 17.77 million people. They're spending 4.1% on education. Nigeria in green in year 2000. Population in year 2000, 129.9 million people. 122.9 million people in year 2000. Look at the biggest population and look at their spending on education. 0.76%. Look at South Africa, same year, with 46.81 million people. Look at what South Africa spent on education, 7.9%. And then Tanzania with 34.46 million people, 3.4% spending on education. Uganda, same year, 2000, with a population of 24.02 million people, 2.6% they spent to educate their children. This, I believe, should have been exactly what the mainstream Nigerian media must have been doing. Looking at these figures, scrutinizing politicians from different states. How many number of children have you got in your primary school, in your secondary school? How many of them are they in the higher institutions of learning? How much have you devoted as bursaries? Nigeria, 122.9 million people in the year 2000, spending 0.76% of their percentage GNP, gross national product, on education. Ideological subversion. I'm sick and tired of the shithole called Nigeria. When I look at these figures, these numbers, I'm sick. Now, look at this. Look at that. In this table, I've got the years from 1995 to 96, 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000, and 2001 in one column. Next column, I've got primary school enrollment, 6 to 11 years in all the years from 1995 to 2001. Secondary school enrollment from years 12 to 17. I've got the sums. Total number of both primary school and secondary school in government school, not private school. I've got them. Okay? And then the allocation that the Nigerian government, they've given to them. When you add everything together in terms of percentage. And then exactly what each child gets per annum from the Nigerian government. So this buttresses my argument on the fact that they've used ideological subversion to kill your children. 1995, we had 17,994,620 children in primary education across Nigeria from age 6 to 11 in 1995. And in secondary school from age 12 to 17, they had 5,084,546 children in education. Now, when we add both primary and secondary school education together, we arrived at 23,076,166 children. What's the percentage allocation for them? 8.29%. Annually, every year in 1995. How much do you think each child gets in Nigeria in 1995? How much was as if they were paying them? 6 naira 63 kobo per annum. 6 naira 63 kobo per annum in 1995. In 1996, it went up to 7 naira 50 kobo per annum. In 1997, it went up to 10 naira 24 kobo per annum. Because when you look at the figures, it kept on rising. 98, it went up by 13 naira 33 kobo per annum. In 1999, look at the figure. During Obasanjo's period, total combined enrollment of primary school aged 6 to 11 and secondary school aged 12 to 17 in 1999, during Obasanjo's period, went up to 29,766,567. Look at 12 naira 2 kobo. Same in the year 2000. Same in the year 2001. Now, in 2001, the 26 naira 70 kobo was not given to those children. No. I want somebody to please tell me. They should go and tell. They should go and tell the former vice president, Yemi Osinbajo, to come out publicly and account for the total number of children that they said they fed. And then what about the quality of the food? Because I've got all the footages with me. All of you are not looking into that. You're not. It is frustrating. very frustrating. I won't beg people to come online, to come and watch this show. I'm trying my best. But where real information is, you never see people coming there. Because you can hardly find any social media where all these statistics will be shown live to you. I don't care. Update is exactly what we're talking about today. I want to round up the year 2023 before we go into the next year. Yeah. You're not looking into those. If you are, many Nigerians don't know. That's why, because you see them, or some people with me. I've learned my lesson. I can only try my best, my very best. I can only try my very, very best. I can. You see, I get extremely frustrated when I see things like this. And you see, Dubai, any nation that does not love their own people is not a nation. Nigerian politicians, they go to Dubai, they buy properties in United Arab Emirates. What if those people never built their own kingdom to make it conducive? Will your politicians go there? Before, you see, 1999, nobody knew what Dubai was. Just a mere desert. Just a desert. Nigerian politicians were never interested in buying houses in UAE. Never. But with passion for their country, they built it. Now watch how people who love their own generation act. These are Islamic nation. They're not Christian nation. And yet you have Boko Haram terrorizing you, saying Western education is sin. But the people that actually brought you Islam knew that education is the power, and they love their own people. So the love they've got for their own people, they use it wisely to build a kingdom. Watch this. I'm coming on. Let me start it all over again. Let me start it.
القيادة فكر ودهاء. القيادة تريد صقل. القيادة تريد تعليم. القيادة تريد ممارسة واحتكاك. أنا أريدكم كلكم نحن نتشرف بكم وبالمراكز اللي وصلتوا لها، ولا أريدكم أن تنظروا أقل من رقم واحد، لأن رقم واحد واللي بعد واحد ما حد يعرف. ما في مشروع بدون مخاطرة. الحياة كلها تحديات. في كل خطوة أو كل مشروع نقوم فيه في مخاطرة. تصوروا أنتم دنيا بدون تحديات ولا مخاطر، بنكون كسولين فيها. كيف نتغلب على التحديات بالطاقة الإيجابية؟ الإنسان إذا قام الصبح وعنده الطاقة الإيجابية ويكون فرح مع الناس ومبسوط وقادر على التحديات، تشوف حياته أحلى. قلت هذه الإشارة هي فوز وهي نصر للامتلاك. ثالث شيء اللي تعنيه
Start the third one. Guess. Love.
I
Love you.
الوقت عندي أنا مثل الحياة. الوقت أنت ما تقدر تخزنه، لأنه ماضي. ما في خط نهائي للتطور والابتكار والتميز. ما في خط نهائي. كلنا
All of us
في هذه الدولة
in this country
نحب تراب الإمارات.
love the UAE. Can you say that you love Nigeria? No.
حبنا وتعاضدنا مع بعض تقدمت الإمارات. رئيس الدولة المركز الأول، أخوانه محمد بن زايد، أخوانه الكل متعاضد هني في صنع دولة الإمارات. الكل منكم ساعد في تطوير الإمارات. كل واحد منكم جالس قدامي واللي يشوفوني على التلفزيون هذا أنتم. ولا شفت تحدي مر على زايد وجنبه. لازم يتحداه، وهذا الشعور الإيجابي العالي ورثناه من زايد صراحة. التمكين، التعليم.
Education. You see that? Education.
وهذا التمكين يا اخواني ترى بأولوياتنا نحن كحكومة. حتى الشيخ خليفة التمكين من أولوياته والتوطين. روح الاتحاد، تراب الاتحاد، فرق عمل الاتحاد، علم الاتحاد. المرأة روح المكان ومكان الروح. الإمارات هو روح الاتحاد.
The spirit of the union. You see that? The same people that brought Islam to you, preaching education. You think there is no education in Islam? There is science in Islam. Some of the best doctors in Harley Street are Arabic doctors, Iranian doctors, Saudi doctors, Iraqi doctors, Oman doctors. And then some disgruntled people now says Western education is a sin. And they kept on terrorizing you. They kept on destroying you. They said to you, they want to practice Sharia law. They prefer a situation whereby an 8-year-old baby is married to a 70-year-old man. Don't you think you are sick? You're all sick in northern Nigeria. You're sick in Islamic Sharia Nigeria. And you think we are one? We're never one. It is a sick society. We have differences in our culture. Let me bring in the next one for you. I'm rounding up the year. Watch what Steve Harvey had to say about this. Watch this.
How you did this in 50 years. You look at history. Who does this? Show me anybody else that has done this in 50 years. I'm waiting. Show them to me. This wasn't done by money. Money doesn't produce visions.
Yes, money does not produce vision.
You've had leadership over here that were visionaries, great visionaries, and their vision was more about the people than the money.
More about the people.
You can't accomplish this in 50 years without loving your people first, because the people are the ones that's benefiting from this. Look at your health care. Look at your road system. Look at your highway system. Look at your airports. Who does this in 50 years?
Who does?
But who benefits? You're going to care about those people. It's something to be learned about what's been done over here that could be duplicated in the world, because there's people with this much money. You just don't have people with this much love for their people.
If you're comparing with Nigeria, listen to this. Nigeria has oil before than Dubai. It's a history. They are more rich than us. They have agriculture, they have mining, they have everything, you name it, they have it. Am I right or wrong? When you have a true leadership, which we have nothing, but we have everything because we have the right leadership. That's the only thing you need, a right leader for your country, not corruption.
From Dubai. Over the past several decades, Dubai has increased in size and area several times. It grows up to the skyline like a bamboo grove, doing it so fast that Google Maps can't keep up with the
Google Maps cannot even keep
now,
up.
Dubai looks like a large continuous construction site where work goes without stopping on day and night. These guys work like hell. Statistically, every 5th lift crane in the world is located here in Dubai. So just in case you're a crane operator, I believe I've just found a job for you. You get a feeling that the local authorities just don't know what the word impossible means. See, this is the Dubai Water Canal.
2.5 years ago, this canal didn't even exist. The site was full of some buildings and traffic junctions, but all this construction were very quickly demolished. The canal was dug, the ferry was launched on it, and now it is an additional way to get around the city.
Now it all looks like this. A bit later, we'll see how it all looks at night. Believe me, it's worth seeing. Over the past 20 years, 1,344 high-rise buildings have been built here. Of course, it's fewer than in Hong Kong and fewer than in New York. But just wait for it. In Dubai, real estate property price is steadily growing. Apartments.
Nigeria. Ministry of Finance under fire. They've looted money and they've destroyed the building. Nigeria. Ministry of Finance under a fake dodgy latex Muhammadu Buhari.
Both left and right, as you can see, everywhere is on fire. The crowd are helpless. This is beyond their control. It's beyond their control. As you can see, people deciding their wealth from us here because they don't want to cut in the Pivano. As you can see, look at it from the distance. Ado Ekiti, the capital of Ekiti State, is on fire. Look at the incident. Look at the escalation of the fire. Look at the escalation of the fire. The fire is spreading so fast. That is beyond anybody's control. Look at it. Look at what people are doing here. Look at it. Let me show it. See what they are doing. See what they are doing. Everywhere is on fire. Everywhere is on fire. Everywhere is on fire. I don't think it's on fire. I don't think it's on fire. The lights are spread to the other part of the road.
That is Nigeria. You can clearly see the difference. 1999, UAE was looking up to Nigeria. 1999, United Arab Emirates was looking up to the nation called Nigeria. In 1960, let's go back a little bit. Watch this.
I've noticed, Premier, while I've been here, is that Northerners seem to have, I might almost call it, obsession about the Igbos. Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. If they go to a village, to a town, they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp as a laborer, within a year they will try to emerge as headman of that camp, and so on. Well, in the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities, because you can see from our northernization policy.
Northernization policy.
When I came here, there weren't 10 northerners in our civil service here. And I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the north solely with northerners and not with other Nigerians a temporary or...
Listen.
In actual fact, what it is a northerner.
First.
If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract. If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to be permanent, I should say, for as far as I can foresee, because it will be rather dangerous to see the number of boys who are now turning from all our learning institutions.
Learning institution!
Having no work to do.
You see, even Sadarda of Sokoto, Sir Amadou Bello, was emphasizing on education. Sadarna, the godfather, one of the godfathers of independent Nigeria, knew the value of education. And you think it is well. It is not well with Nigeria. It is not well. Nigeria is sick. It is not well. Nigeria is not well. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but that's the situation. Nigeria is sick. Nigeria has been sick from General Yakubu Gowon's days. The only thing that can make General Yakubu Gowon to seek the face of God when he subsequently is being called after is to now go back and then apologize. Gowon will have to apologize to Nigeria for the atrocities he committed. I don't care what anybody is going to say, because immediately after the Civil War, Gowon should remember that the late Chief Obafemi Awolowo advised him to please educate the Nigerian children. And if Gowon should do that, he that was the Federal Commissioner for Finance at the time, and then second in command to Gowon, Awolowo said he wasn't going to take the credit, but Gowon, as the head of state, would take the credit. Did Gowon educated the Nigerian children? The answer, no. Instead of Gowon educating the Nigerian children, Gowon threw out Udoji money into the country. Gowon destroyed every institutions the colonial masters, the British, built. Destroyed the regional system. That's why I continue to say to you, the problem of Nigeria started from Gowon. And I will never apologize to anyone. Gowon probably stole Nigeria's money too, and his children are enjoying the loot, but it's only for a while. Because their names are already written in the black book of the Nigerian history. So we keep talking about Awolowo, Awolowo, Awolowo. Awolowo was premier of the Western region, and I was a good product of the free education of Awolowo. And that's why I will remain an Awoist, and I will continue to defend anything that is Yoruba, because I am proudly a Yoruba son. In as much as some idiots came out on social media to say to me that my father was a Fulani that pregnated my mother. Okubugboyin okuolong. Emi ọmọ ọlọ́mọfẹ́ èèyàn kan ó wá ridicule mi ó dẹ̀ lérò pé, and you think you will go scot-free. You are not going to go scot-free. You are ó máa jẹ̀yà yín ni. Mo lè dáríjì ẹ́. Mo ti dáríjì ẹ́ o. Ìwọ tó sọ̀rọ̀ yẹn. You that uttered that statement, because I was busy fighting for my own race, my tribe. He that loves his own tribe and race, God loves. Sadaruna of Sokoto, the premier of the northern region in independence, was even emphasizing on education in the north. And you seriously think all will be well with Nigeria? It is not well with Nigeria. Nigeria is sick. It's not well. Nigeria, perhaps, in my opinion, will be returned back to the old regional 1963 formation. I'm sick, very, very sick inside with the concept of the nation called Nigeria. I'm sick. It is not well with Nigeria. It will never be well with Nigeria unless and otherwise something is done very, very radically that will give each tribe their own autonomy. Nigeria is a cursed nation. Nobody can fix Nigeria. I repeat, nobody can fix Nigeria. Bola Tinubu can never fix Nigeria. Peter Obi can never fix Nigeria. Atiku can never fix Nigeria. If Nigeria has been suffering from this day, watch this. When Sani Abacha was in power, United Arab Emirates was nowhere. Look at Sani Abacha's broadcast when he subsequently took over power from Chief Ernest Shonekan, that IBB handed over power to. I'm not an Abiola person. Yes, Abiola won the election to the surprise of IBB, his friend. But for me, Abiola was not even meant to go into it because he was a beneficiary of the corrupt system. Watch exactly what Abacha said. And up till now, Nigeria is struggling to find a sense of direction. Are you not sick? Watch this.
Currently, the following decisions come into immediate effect. The interim national government is hereby dissolved. The national and state assemblies are also dissolved. The state executive councils are dissolved. The brigade commanders are to take over from the governors in their states until administrators are appointed. Where there are no brigade commanders, the commissioners of police in the states are to take over. All local governments stand dissolved. The directors of personnel are to take over the administration of the local governments until administrators are appointed. The National Electoral Commission is hereby dissolved. All former secretaries to federal ministries are to hand over to their director generals until ministers are appointed. The two political parties are hereby dissolved. All processions, political meetings and associations of any type in any part of the country are hereby banned. Any consultative committee, by whatever name called, is hereby proscribed. Decree 61 of 1993 is hereby abrogated. A provisional ruling council is hereby established. It will comprise the head of state, commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as chairman, the chief of general staff as vice chairman, the honorable minister of defense, the chief of defense staff, service chiefs, the inspector general of police, the attorney general and minister of justice, the internal affairs minister, the foreign affairs minister, and the national security advisor. Legislative powers will reside in the council. States will be governed by civilian administrators to be appointed later. Also a federal executive council.
Now, Sani Abacha, this particular period, Dubai was not in the making. UAE was no match to Nigeria, because what many of you fail to realize was that before all the cranes in the world descended on United Arab Emirates. Nigeria was a hot destination in 1979. The question now is, have you managed yourselves very, very successfully? No. Corruption. The slides I showed you a lot. All the slides. That is still very prevalent today. Nigeria is sick. Very, very ill. Nigeria is cancerous. Nigeria has got cancer. And Nigeria, because of the cancer, will die any moment from now. Because the end product of cancer is death. Nigeria, let me buttress it, has got myeloma, cancer of the blood. Myeloma is that cancer that is latent in the bone marrow. Nigeria has got myeloma. Cancer of the blood that will end in death. There is no amount of chemotherapy or agbo that anybody with myeloma can take. You will die when you have it. That is the cancer that Nigeria has got. Nigeria is sick. A country struggling with unification from 1960, 63 years in 2023. And you cannot find a solution or a sense of direction into solving the country's problem. It's terribly sick. Terribly sick. And I don't want anybody to come over here to correct me. Check everything I have to say. Check them out. Check all the details out. See for yourself. To now begin to reason the way I am reasoning, because many of you, you don't have the inner eye. Many of you Nigerians, you only walk with your legs. And the people that walk with their legs, they cannot harness the crown of their head, because the crown where your inner eye, your third eye, is resident, if you cannot access it, that part of your spiritual being is that part that is connected to the universal source, universal energy. What Nigerians they've harnessed all along is their leg, their foot touching the ground, And that foot touching the ground is the satanic part that Nigerians harness. So many Nigerians are satanic because the foot you use to walk, that is where Lucifer is. And that's why you don't have any sense of direction. That's why you will shout about Emilokon. I have no problems with Emilokon. You heard. After Sani Abacha, your electricity moribund. Your electricity moribund. Hear what Atiku said about your electricity. 60 billion US dollars wasted on electricity. And you cannot light up a nation. Watch this.
Electricity is a thing that I feel very, very emotional about it. Because I believe if we had handled the issue of electricity when we were in office by 2005, we would have provided enough electricity for the people of this country. But unfortunately, we did not follow that route. That is. I have said it in many interviews. You know.
You haven't said it to me, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Model. I was the chairman of the privatization council, and we commissioned international.
Okay. You see, these were part of the things we were saying. 60 billion US dollars wasted in Obasanjo Atiku's regime on electricity. Are you not stupid? Tell me you are not stupid. France cannot even afford to spend such staggering of amount of money on electricity without powering the entire France. That was the same man Dele Momodu is now claiming is his principal. Abacha was the same man. Dele Momodu brought the pictures of his mansion in Nigeria then to you lot in his Ovation magazine. Dele Momodu, the same man that actually came up and then said Diziani had cancer. The same Dele Momodu brought the picture of Dino Melaye to us, to which Dino Melaye was showcasing his own loot truth. And you think you have substantiative journalists. The white journalists, they continue to fight for justice on your behalf as Nigerians. But you, Nigerians, you don't even love yourselves. Because that is when you lot say, Rakandede, to the people that destroyed everything about your generation, your children's generation, and the generations that are yet unborn through ideological subversion. It's tough. Samuel Adejumo, you said similar analysis was made on GB News last week that Palestinian married 11, 13 and 14-year-old while boys aging 22, 24 and 25 years have 4 and 5 wives instead of improving their lives, education or learning trades for better standards of living. In conclusion, the entire southern Nigeria people have served the northern people for too long. Culturally, north, west and east are totally different. Yeti Queen, you said, I have said it in all my presentations that Nigeria is a sick society and can be healed. Esther Akman, you said, it may seem a roller coaster of so much headaches, but let's start from the leaders. If we can stop them and elect competent, vibrant men and women without the party syndrome, that's tough. Esther, very tough. 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 Very tough. I've been on 4 hours, 6 minutes. You heard? 60 billion US dollars. So again, you are looking at 6 Olympic size football stadiums that Obasanjo's regime wasted in $10,000 bail. And you think it is well. It is not well. Nigeria is sick. Nigeria is not well. If anybody says to you, it is well with Nigeria, for me, I will return and say to them, it is not well. It is not well with Nigeria. It is sick. The best thing that will happen or can ever happen to Nigeria is break it up. We're not one. Nigeria is no longer under ICU, intensive care unit. Nigeria is dead. It's a dead nation. Nobody wants to deal with Nigeria. No foreign investors will come to Nigeria. Not in my lifetime. And I'm pretty sure it will never happen in my children's lifetime, because my children are already running this country anyway. Their own generation. It's not going to happen. I'm going to go into Primate Elijah Ayodele's prophecies for the year 2024. I told you this will be coming at the tail end of the stream. Yeah, let's go through that. And I'm going to make some analysis on that. Yeah. So the leader of the Inrai Evangelical Spiritual Church, Primate Elijah Ayodele, released a compilation of his 2024 prophecies for the world and Nigeria. And this was released Friday, 22nd day of December 2023 in his church in Lagos. I think he's one of those few men of God that I personally respect quite a lot. And we're going to go through the highlights of his prophecies for the year coming in 2024. The man of God, Primate Ayodele, he said that the Nigerian economy in 2024 will fluctuate. The economy will rise and it will fall. It will be rising and falling at the same time. Because of the rise and fall in the economy, he said the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, will be unable to help. CBN will subsequently cry out. So he then reckoned that the opposition will take many steps to fight Bola Tinubu's government. But in the process of fighting Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government, they will miss their own strategies. That is, they will meet their own Waterloo. So the Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government palliative, according to him, is part of the things that is currently finishing the Nigerian economy. Because you will understand, Bola Ahmed Tinubu said, oh, there is 50% reduction in transportation fare. And I remembered very well watching Yeyedara Kowe's show, that Yeyedara Kowe was trying to explain to Jagaban's government that the 50% reduction, is it applicable to private owner drivers or just government? An argument that I said, yes, I think, Dara, you are actually making sense from your presentation. Some people tried as much as possible during this Yuletide period to now say, oh, government announced 50% reduction. So a journey that was supposed to be 20,000, people were willing to pay 10,000. And then private owner drivers then said to them, is it the government do right for money? Is it the government that bought us fuel into the car? So the palliative is not going to work, on the other hand, because if transportation fare goes up, other things will rise. It will. So the Nigerian economy is going to suffer. According to Primate Ayodele's prophecy. You might find out that the local rice will go to 45,000 naira. According to him, imported rice will go as far as 80,000 naira. Coca-Cola can rise up to 300 naira. Pure water can go as far as 100 naira. Salary increase is not going to help the situation, just like Udoji money during Gowon's era. The Senate President of Nigeria, Godswill Akpabio, according to him, is going to have a rough time with other senators in the red chambers. And other senators will have an eye-to-eye, that is head-on confrontation with Godswill Akpabio. So in other words, Godswill Akpabio will find it difficult to control the Senate chambers. And he won't be able to say anything. Plus the policies of the government. So in the process, Akpabio will develop more hatred for his critics right in the Senate. Because all the Northerners will gang up against him. Although this one was not contained in his policies, in Primate Ayodele's prophecy, but what I foresee is all the northern senators will gang up against Godswill Akpabio. And then Akpabio's health, according to him, Akpabio must attend to his health very seriously. In fact, he said in the month of August, September, and October, and then Governors Forum. The man of God said, the Spirit of God says we need to pray fervently so that the Governors Forum will not be bereaved. He prophesied that governors will get confused. Many of them will get confused. Could this possibly be the end of the contraption called Nigeria? Me, I'm not going to pray. No, I won't pray. I am not going to pray. Anibolaji, greetings to you. I'm not going to pray for any governor. I'm not going to pray for any politician. I'm not going to pray for Nigeria. The only prayer I will send unto God Almighty is to break up Nigeria, because we've had enough. Nigeria is ungovernable. It is just a mere geographical expression. Oh yeah. In Tinubu's government, Primate Ayodele said he foresee the cabals, Tinubu's cabals, will want to take over Tinubu's government. Tinubu will be deceived. He will be deceived, as people within his cabal will be telling him what he wants to hear and not the truth. The lies. And he said after Tinubu's government, Nigeria will never be the same again. There will be serious cases of corruption under Tinubu's government. Nepotism will be high. Favoritism, tribalism will be the order of the day in Tinubu's government. The cabals inside Tinubu's government will prevent Tinubu from seeing the truth. And as such, the government will not listen to constructive criticism and will not like the face of critics like myself. But I am not inside Nigeria. On military, Primate Ayodele said, on military, he said, every one of you should pray so that external forces will not attack the Nigerian military. I don't have to explain this to you. I think it is right on the horizon. With the statement that the ECOWAS military, they're going to attack Niger Republic. And obviously because Bola Ahmed Tinubu, America and Europe, France, America and France wanted Bola Ahmed Tinubu to invade Niger Republic and install their puppet in power. Could this mean that because Bola Tinubu probably failed to have that legitimacy, is it the Americans that will come and attack our military, or is it Niger and Burkina Faso or Mali, or the combination of Niger Republic military, Burkina Faso and Mali that are coming to attack the Nigerian military? He said we should pray. I'm not going to pray for the Nigerian military. Maybe it is about time that they are equally dislocated. Oh yes. Death of politicians. Let us pray not to lose a one-time civilian governor, a one-time Senate president, Speaker, House of Representatives, and a Speaker of the State House of Assembly. Said you should pray for them. Maybe you can pray. The man of God said he foresee that some secretary to the state government, deputy governors, and speakers will be removed in the year 2024. If all these prophecies come to light, I will then remind you of today's stream, 26th day of December, Boxing Day 2023. Yeah. One that I really paid close attention to was Edo State election 2024. I particularly paid special attention to that. And this was what Primate Ayodele said. Edo State election. He said he could see that the election in 2024 will shock the ruling party in the state, the PDP. The results of the election. It will shock the PDP in the state. He reckoned, which I personally foresee myself, that the ruling party under the leadership of Godwin Obaseki will lose the election to the opposition. He now claimed that the APC are desperate and they want to win Edo election by putting all their acts together. And there's going to be a lot of attacks and killings before the election, during the election, and after the election. If Godwin Obaseki should lose the Edo State, There's fire on the mountain. But it's going to lose. Rivers State. What do you think about the current state of event in Rivers State? Rivers State. With some wiki you know what I mean. Jive. Watch this. Watch this. Wiki. These are part of Wiki's problem.
NuMedia TV in London.
When I hear people declaring for APC, saying that they want to continue the good job of Mr. President, the good job of people dying every day, the good job of Naira falling every day, I feel so ashamed that we have gotten to the level where psychophancy, people will come and say, look, I want to continue the good job of Buhari. What is the good job of Buhari? Of hunger is a good job, of poverty is a good job, of insecurity is a good job, of the economy falling is a good job. It's such a shameful thing. I can't believe that somebody will come out in today's Nigeria and say, I want to continue where Mr. Buhari has stopped. May God forgive. May God never allow that people to continue to.
You see, we have got records. We have records. We are custodians of information. Custodians of information. On Rivers State, Primate Ayodele said, Wike will decamp to APC. He's going to decamp with the current power tussle in Rivers State. But APC will frustrate Rivers State Governor Fubara. You see, the worst part of it is that, according to the man of God, he proclaimed that in 2024, President Tinubu and Nyesom Wike will develop a political disagreement that will lead to a fight. Yeti Queen said Wike has already decamped to APC. No, he has not officially announced it. Yeti Queen. He has not. Because if Wike should decamp now, that will create room in Rivers State for Rotimi Amechi to take charge of the PDP. So Wike, so long as Wike is still inside the PDP, Wike is frustrating the PDP, but Wike is one leg is inside the PDP and his other leg is inside the APC. I already analyzed this, and obviously Wike doesn't know Bola Tinubu. Wike does not know Bola Tinubu as a master strategist. Yes, you're right. His 27 member supporters in River State House has decamped to APC. You are quite right, Yeti Queen. They have decamped. But the question is, these were part of the agreement at the initial stages. That was why presidential elections, Wike delivered APC to Bola Tinubu. Rotimi Amechi was inside APC and Wike was a PDP. So Amechi was blocked because Amechi had his own APC candidate as a governor because Wike was inside the PDP. So for presidential elections, Wike delivered APC to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And when it came to governorship election, because Wike was inside the PDP, so Fubara was a PDP candidate. Same Fubara, Wike made sure that PDP won the gubernatorial elections under the PDP. That was the game. But then and again, because Wike made Fubara, Wike was then compensated by Bola Ahmed Tinubu for delivering Rivers State to him. Rivers has always been a PDP controlled state, but Wike was the first person to change the dynamics. The dynamics were changed because Nyesom Wike was hell-bent on changing the dynamics and then making sure that Rotimi Amechi is rubbled to the ground and doesn't have a say in River State politics any longer. So if Wike should cross to APC now, that will give Rotimi Amechi the opportunity to decamp back to the PDP. So he's not going to do that. Let me play you the video clip again. Listen to him again.
NuMedia TV in London.
When I hear people declaring for APC, saying that they want to continue the good job of Mr. President, the good job of people dying every day, the good job of Naira falling every day, I feel so ashamed that we have gotten to the level where sacrificing, people will come and say, look, I want to continue the good job of Buhari. What is the good job of Buhari? Of hunger is a good job, of poverty is a good job, of insecurity is a good job, of the economy falling is a good job. It's such a shameful thing. I can't believe that somebody will come out in today's Nigeria and say, I want to continue where Mr. Buhari has stopped. May God forgive. May God never allow bad people to continue to.
You see, I will continue to remind them. You see, some of these utterances, is it coming back to haunt Nyesom Wike? Is Bola Ahmed Tinubu digging a deep hole for Nyesom Wike? Knowing fully well that the same man promised heaven and hell that he wasn't going to leave the PDP. So here, according to the prophecies on River State that Primate Ayodele gave for the 2024, that man, according to that prophecy, you see, Primate Ayodele emphasized, says, the Spirit of God says Nyesom Wike will decamp to APC. APC in Rivers State will be frustrating the Governor Fubara-led government. That means Abuja under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be frustrating Sim Fubara's led government. And as such, the man of God said he foresee that even at the federal there will be excesses on the part of top party officials, and that President Tinubu and Nyesom Wike will have political disagreements leading to what? Leading to a fight. They will have disagreements that will lead to a fight. And if that happens, will Nyesom Wike be able to take on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Was Bola Ahmed Tinubu digging a grave for Nyesom Wike to fall into it? I foresee such a thing happening, and it is going to happen. It's going to happen. It will happen. Now, the crunch of this is that the man of God said, Primate Ayodele said, the Spirit of God says to him that the APC led government under Bola Ahmed Tinubu will later regret bringing in Wike into the party. Why? Because Nyesom Wike has a mission that can never be accomplished. What were those missions? Primate Ayodele never said it. Wike's mission is to aim the presidency. And is either, listen, this was not contained, but I am just going to analyze, because Bola Tinubu Jagaban is not stupid. It's either Bola Tinubu should get rid of Nyesom Wike quickly before he becomes a threat to him, or Wike should get rid of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I said I'm going to leave this towards the tail end. I've been on 4 hours and 46 minutes. These prophecies that I want to analyze is exactly what is the main bone of my contention. All the ones I brought forward to you were just preambles in terms of ideological subversion and the rest of it. But this is the crumb. This is the real meaty part of it. Who is going to kill who? Is it Wike that is going to see an end to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or Bola Ahmed Tinubu will first get rid of Wike in 2024? Big question. Wike has got a mission that can never be accomplished. So the prophet said he foresee that the governor of Rivers State will be persuaded to bring the former speaker back. And bringing the former speaker back, if that should happen, Sim Fubara is on his way out as a governor of Rivers State, because he will be impeached. But for now, the water between Fubara and Wike in Rivers State can never be resolved. And because it can never be resolved, pray. The man of God said, pray for Rivers State, that Rivers State should not be in a violent situation. Ask yourselves, Why is Wike so much interested in River State? Is Wike trying to play the same politics that Bola Ahmed Tinubu played in Lagos? At the stroke of 5 hours, I'm going to cut, because I've been on almost 5 hours now, and we will do a second part to the stream later on today. I thought I'll be able to actually finish everything in one piece, but because it is getting close to the end of the year, so yeah, we'll do it again. Many people would like to rewatch this, so I'm going to stop at that part that concerned Nyesom Wike. See, but the question is, I knew this will happen. Wike is either Bola Tinubu get rid of Wike, or Wike will subsequently get rid of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because even as FCT minister, Federal Capital Territory minister in Abuja, Wike is behaving like the president. He's playing a game. Let's bring the stream to an end today, because I've got a couple of other things I should be, although I was out earlier on. I woke up early today, and I was out. I've taken my early morning walk, Christmas walk, today at 6 o'clock in the morning. I've got other activities airlined for today. Yeah, I've got a family Zoom meeting at 6 o'clock later today, because I've just been made a great uncle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this stream for those who may like to watch that later on, rewatch. People such as Narada Franklin, Elijah Folake, and the rest of them. They're probably still sleeping, but I have been up and running. And I hope to come back for the second leg of the show on hashtag Nigeria 2023 Roundup. We're going to carry on this till the end of the year. So guys, it is Christmas time. Let's bring tonight's show to an end. I know that Facebook are probably going to slam me with copyrights on some of my tunes that were, I am saying it live on Facebook itself. Some of the tunes that I have copyrights to. Yes, royalty free tunes that I have copyrights to. Samuel Adejumo, you just commented. You said Wike's confidence is self-centered, not constraints, uncalculative, and with no collective responsibility. Let me post your comment. Yeah, that's exactly what you've just posted, Samuel Adejumo. Okay, guys, let me seize the opportunity to thank every one of you that join me later on for the second leg of the live show. And I wish you God's blessing. It is Christmas. If some of you are still with your family and everybody, enjoy the rest of the day, and join me later on today. We'll come back for the second leg. Until that time, take good care of yourselves, and I'll see you then. God bless you. Have a nice day.